Bonjour. A little bit of French for you. Surprise tool that'll help us later. Trial done. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What a fucking tsundere, eh? What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it. That picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've got to have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? That never occurred to you? Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still. We'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, alright, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember that. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1, to Winterbanks' place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what you don't want people reading. I also don't know what happens in the Hound of the Baskervilles. The only time I've had that story interacted with is the BBC version, and I don't trust that to be anything like accurate. The big dog was the dog on that guy's shirt, and that's the fucking Mind Palace episode. Unbelievable. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Winterbanks? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was going to kick off, did I? Struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I nearly died, I did. And next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and I was waving it in the air like... I don't know what. Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The manuscript. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? Story. Beg your pardon? The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady. I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. pity's sake, stop waving my gun, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. And it was there, alright. The manuscript. Chums weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Jenny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Another someone. Dear me, is there some burglars' convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. He took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. Now I'm back in the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... Bang, bang. I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you? Yeah. So I went to grab the old cove's gun. Figured I'd put up a fight at least. When I got a better look at him, I knew. Winterbank was a goner. Winterbank was a gooner. Whoa, I felt funny in my head all of a sudden. Kind of dizzy. After that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Gina. Oh my gosh, he did been shot. Can you believe it? If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was, if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Jenny, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove, what was there in the afternoon? That egg at Benedict. Still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Naughty lass. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Bruno's capable hands now, Jenny. Mr. Naruto. Yeah? How come you trust me? I don't get it. The thing I'm most looking forward to in Expedition 33 is that the characters are gonna fucking do their own voices. I can shut up for a minute. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGill did. We told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with them. Oh, we got Mr. McGill off? Oh. Oh. Ah. Oh, the light. Oh. Even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. Strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe me it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Bruno. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Yonosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. Believe in the me that believes in you. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking. Surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. Oh. What? I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. Unwavering? Unwavering. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Jones? Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. I won't let you down. I won't let you down? I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar, you're not like McGilded. I know that. Hey? That's right! You're our friend, Ginny! Iris! We know you better than you think. We've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes! Yes! That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naruto, Sniffle, sniffle. Defendant Gina Lestrade, an illegal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Damn it, I was doing the voice of the guy with the moustache, not the guy without the moustache. The guy without the moustache is the one who was talking. You've got to sound a little bit different. Oh, it's too late now. Yes, of course, thank you. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time. So I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. The final stream of Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Wish me luck, Sato-san, and I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Partner. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? It's been like an hour. Subpoena was delivered to the communications station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. And let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's penis of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. Ahoy, Fourth. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. Don't say that and cock a gun. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. Fucking stupid name. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. And certainly not like this. Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such short notice. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about? Scandal? You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. It is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well. Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. I forgot about his schmooze. Gladly, my lord. Gladly. The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene, some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. Oh, by golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary. Counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. So... Thank you. Ah! I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. He does drop a lot of French words in. Should I be doing an accent for him? No, because that's hard. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of a pawnbroking services from time to time. Hold it! Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place in the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me,
Objection!
what made you... The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. Huh? He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. So are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder?
Hold it!
Yes. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation.
Hold it!
Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? It is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly, I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. Oh, you will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes's chemical... Whoop! Mr. Sholmes's chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples by... Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. Great detective, you say? Tch. Oh, now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Excuse me!
Something else, Aunt. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Hey, what? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know, you're not Big Bruv Skulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Hey, cool, blimey, Governor. You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Hey, me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest Garth, nothing. I was just thinking, If he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago, it ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and... Oh, hell's bells! Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain? No, I refuse. Daga Gatoru. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windowank's pawnbrokery. But didn't you say at the beginning of your fucking shit that you did? My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokering establishment where the man was killed. Look back at the first thing he said. Doesn't say specifically which one. Let's press.
Hold it!
Yo, Fire Fan, welcome in. Never had anything to do with it? You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection!
No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Uh-oh. For that, we have proof that this is some bullshit. It's the stuff that got Sting, blah blah blah. Alright, nothing yet that guarantees he was there. Just based on evidence. But what the fuck is your boy talking about?
Excuse me!
What's up, Gregson? You have something to add, Inspector? Hey, come again, sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. He was! Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well, now. Huh? I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. Gregson, what the fuck? What? But you must! I'm not gonna lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Rexy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Winterbanks. Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. Well, morning at least. 11 AM. At no point have I denied that fact. Yes. Yes, the fuck you did? Now, hi Jones. What the fuck? I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? He has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware. Nope. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. Complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think the more he says, the better. But at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Winterbanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Look, I was supposed to find out something. Kitty cat. One small box, blah blah blah. What was this? Whose signature is that? Mr. Winterbank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. On Homestuck Day. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper, so he had to use anything that he had to hand. It's hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse side now. Oh, okay, can't read the signature. Representation papers? Yep. Nothing crazy there. Yeah, not accepting this as evidence as scientific stuff yet. And none of that screams which boy was there. Mr. Winterbank appears to use the same sentences the last time. Very neatly, perhaps he ran out of paper. On to the Baskervilles. That's right. I used Daddy's notes to write it. I think it's a great story. I don't know why Hurley's forbidden me to publish it. No, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps there's a problem with the title? Perhaps Mr. Sholmes is a family friend of someone who has that name or something. Well, it doesn't have quite the same ring to it, but I could change it to the Hound of the Naruhodos. I'm fairly sure that Mr. Sholmes is a friend of someone who has that name too. Alright, let's think about it a bit more. That's in the Gilded case, maybe? We're gonna have a look. Stab wound, Mason. What's his name? Ashley Gray something. Nothing there. Oh, does his name come up in this? Ministry Mole, Secrets Linked, Pulse of World News. Communications are being intercepted. I'm not looking for a new career. It's a lot stronger than I was talking about. You know who can intercept communications? Communications officers. Tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Divers Don't Let Us Do Good, alright? Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go blah blah blah, even bigger. Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps. Protects planet? Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's gonna be so great. Instant death. Death report. Autopsy report. Nothing crazy. Mr. Stevens, Dr. Stevens. Got shot in the back. Main shop. Nothing useful there. Single shotgun, single shotgun. Photo of Gina, photo of nothing really else in particular. Oh, that's there. Oh, that's what was used to redeem the thing earlier. Okay, okay. I'm crazy about that. This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulking Brothers' gun on the night of the incident. Yes, so it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all. Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing, it saved him. Heh, Hurley's always lucky like that. Well, considering what he had to go through in hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was. Oh dear, poor Hurley. You might have a scalpel sewn into him. Okay. Doesn't really seem to be helping. Well, McGilded. That's the man you defended in court a couple of months ago, isn't it, Bruno? Yes, or rather, mistakenly defended. I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc. That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. Here, Admit to an outrageous accusation. Maybe present this? Would that help? Everyone's coat. You didn't keep the coat. I have no idea.
Hold it!
Have had anything to do with it? Forgot that I was there, Mr. Graydon. Oh, we're still a complete stranger.
Objection.
Looking for an armchair. No, you were there to redeem. Nuh-uh.
Is that right?
Can I prove that there's some sussy bullshit with that somehow? Try and present the disc to Gregson? Nothing about the guns, maybe. I'm so lost. What if we don't pursue? Sorry? You must be confusing me with somebody else. I wasn't there for any such purpose. But the redemption ticket. That won't get you anywhere, Bruno. Max, what do you mean? Mr. Winterbank never wrote the names of his customers on his redemption tickets. So you can't prove the ticket was his. Oh, of course, she's right. I'm afraid you're going to need to produce some irrefutable evidence here. Otherwise, he'll never admit to being there. What is the evidence, though? Irrefutable evidence. It's always going to say on the matter, same thing as before, la-di-da-di-da. Huh. Okay, what haven't I looked at? This is Mr. Winbank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Winbank always used to keep this gun to hand on his shop counter. Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe. But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Hey, hey, Alexidon! Welcome. Bienvenue. Welcome, come on in. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the article safe? Skelton Brothers gun. So there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders. Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly. The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as we'd walked in through Winterbrank's door. I'll make those brothers pay. $50. Okay. Look at it, can't do much else with it. Same as this one. Can I present them? Is like his handkerchief visible in this shot or something? Oh, dong, sculpt top. No, everything's the same. Except for everything that's different, obviously. Like, so this is blood, probably from somebody's fingertip. I can present this, but would it help? I've already said blood doesn't count. Well deduced, but not just somebody's fingertip, Mr. Benedict's fingertip. The man dressed all in white? Yes, it happened that afternoon in Winterbanks. Gina tried to snatch this disc out of the man's hands, and the sharp little bumps cut his thumb. So the lesson is, if somebody tries to grab a music box disc from you, let go quickly. The lesson is don't snatch things, surely? Miss Begilded. I guess the only thing that could prove he was there? Seems they're gonna tell me to get fucked though. From the witness's lips. Good time, have a proper look for the court record. Tiny scrap of information. Collude with these thugs? Outrageous. Yeah, he says Tincture's bullshit evidence, that doesn't count. Never had anything to do with it. I don't know.
Objection!
Objection! Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Winterbank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. Oh, his thumb would still be scratched! Oh, we got it. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. The skirmish to acquire the disc. The thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with a smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. But what is the meaning of this? So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. You just told us you'd never seen it before. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. You will tell the court everything you know about the disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. There's a note on the disc saying former gilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Hey, buddy, you fucking perjured yourself. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGill, did you say? The famous London philanthropist? Does perjury just not matter in AC Tony World? They haven't invented that? You perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Good lord! Mr. Graydon! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. The entire game runs on perjury, Lamau. The entire criminal justice system is bought. Yeah, it's fucked. I'm pretty sure someone brought up perjury earlier in this case. Like, you brothers are getting done for more crime now because you fucking lying to us. Although, actually, now that I say that, maybe not. Maybe I'm just making that up. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Winterbanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. You reckon? You fucking think so? So he appeared that afternoon at Winterbanks in order to get his hand on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me.
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties, having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand. Which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet, there is a note on it that reads, "For McGilded." I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question. It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Tina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Alright, there we go. It's right fucking there. Perjury's real, but only when it's a problem for the heroes. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy Gutling, on the day in question.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent.
Objection!
Perjury's, yeah, only problem when it fucks me up specifically, yeah. Bullshit, Peter Jackson. Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance. But the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. Oh, no, you don't. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Winterbanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGillard's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will... Counsel, you will big yawn. Refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony, for what possible use it can be. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to Winterbanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you traced after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. Ah, he can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. He's on fucking testimony from 1 minute ago. Fuck this. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded
Right.
as evidence.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. Hey? No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGillard's possessions? Can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so Unexpectedly, after his trial 2 months ago, a man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side, too. Hmm? Where are you going with this, Fanzeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activity. That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. It's like their eyes met across the courtroom floor, and they couldn't deny the electricity between them. Sparks fly. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night.
Hold it!
You wanted to find out a second disc, though. But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGillard's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of McGillard's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. Second disc! Right? During that altercation, when he showed up that first time, he was like, where's the second disc, right? I'm pretty sure. I wonder if that's really true. It's not. Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. Have anything to prove it? McGillard slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Winterbanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGillard as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. Gregsy's been very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. What do we got? Just saying McGillard belongs to me. Redemption ticket was stolen by the accused. What's the redemption ticket say? Hang on. 13th April, 9 PM. No, deposited 13th February, 9 PM. And then an hour and a half later was the coat. Yeah, hold on. How about this? Is this... yeah, because they're the same picture, maybe? Is that gonna help at all? I'll try that. What else we got? Unit paperwork, blog portfolio, manuscript, case notes, paper, autopsy, nothing. Okay, yeah, I think because of this, it doesn't specify the owner of the ticket. Does he say he only wanted one thing? Stolen the day in question. Spend my article singular. Taken by police. Absolutely no reason. Alright. What about for the second article thing? Huh?
Objection!
How about this? Yeah, here we go. This is a unique line of dialogue. That's how you know you've succeeded it. This disc was deposited at Winterbank's on Magnus McGilder's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again. And in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Nuh-uh. Sorry, my learned friend. I turned around on him. Fucking Uno reverse. But that's not true. What? Mr. McGilder had another article in Pawn at Winterbank's. As this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilder in Winterbank's pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Oh! This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. But there was no box! He stole the box! Oh! Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. Witness makes a solid argument. Except, because it belongs to Mr. McGilder, the police would have taken it in. It wouldn't have been forfeited. Wouldn't have gone on for sale. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it? Oh, or that.
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Would you be a little less cryptic for Lord Zvanziks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Winterbank's pawnbrokery. Why do you say that? And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Winterbank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. What about the entire other side of the shop? What's on the other shelves? According to the information on this ticket, McGilder's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident, at 9 PM on 13th of April, Homestuck Day. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That at 11 PM on 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. A few things that could be described as being small boxes. And then here we have another print. Oh, two prints that look almost exactly the same. You know what that means. Stereoscope again. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. I see. So we have two pictures to compare. Yes. Ah! Oh! I see it. Do you see it? I see it. Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Doesn't leave me cold, I got fucking eagle eyes. If you place your attention here, you'll note that there's a small gap between these items, and not over here. Dun dun dun! Whatever's in the small box got nabbed. S'accuse! Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one of possible motive in this case. Oh my god, Fire Fan, I've busted the case open. There's a spoopy ghost in that building. That's why he's looking. That's why I'm sorry, my guy. That's why Winterbank was looking for extra staff. If you remember, he was looking for extra staff. It's because no one wants to hang around because of the spoopy ghost. Yeah, Bubble, he's holding chips. He's always eating fish and chips. That's why I wanted fish and chips after last stream. Yeah, he's a dirty bird. Just leaves a big old salty mess everywhere he goes. Salty, greasy mess. Got it for snackers. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector? Not thoroughly enough, Inspector, Judge. Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. And the yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. Yeah. Just because something didn't get taken doesn't mean nothing got taken. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than hopeful fantasy. Okay, this is going to take 10 minutes to get to the same conclusion, so let's just speedrun this. I don't believe it. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilden's pawn box. Little jiggle. I'm gonna get your ass. I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Reno? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? No. Yes. I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? We must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak. How do I? Why? Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me... Wait. Unbelievable. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGillard's small box was indeed not stolen from Winterbanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGillard is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. Hey, my dude, my man, my guy. Boxes contain things, if you can believe it. That may be true, but it's not. Alright, McGillard's box wasn't stolen. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Winterbanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. Court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zieks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zieks. Contempt of court, get the fuck out of here. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese speciality, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGillard from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Oh, fucking finally. My man, I was getting thirsty. All right. Glass number 1. An hour in before he pours the first one. Here's your lordship. Tink. Quite nice. Yeah, Forth talked big shit about how much he drinks, how much he pours glasses this episode. In this part, and then an hour without anything. Without a drop to drink. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGillard perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of this trial. Now, let's not talk shit about Forth just yet, because it could be that it's extremely backloaded, and I'm about to get fucking destroyed. Last time was alright, because it was spaced out pretty evenly across the entire night. If the entire rest of the bottle goes in the next, like, hour and a half, I'm gonna be on the floor and upside down for the surprise treat at the end of the stream. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. He wasn't. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. Oh, cheers to that. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Hang on, wasn't your position that you were the one who pawned these things? Who pawned the coat? Isn't that the thing you just fucking said? You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. It's not if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows, Mr. McGill was rich enough. You can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery, I'm quite certain of that. Yes, Street. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. Ah, you motherfucker. Alright, the rules of the drinking game, for those who are unaware, who wasn't here for the last one. Pour a glass whenever he pours a glass. Skull the glass whenever he does that bullshit. You fucker. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Yum. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Demonstrable. How diabolical. Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Bruno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGildred's true character. We know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGildred's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed. Some false information. Oh no! And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. Which obviously wouldn't be a problem, because nobody cares. Perjury's totally fine. But Ginny, could it be that Van Zies knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Rito? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. I do always say that. I'm always saying that. Alright, the exact significance of the things that Miss McGildred deposited with Mr. Winterbank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Obviously, have her perjure herself because nobody cares about perjury. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGildred's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Jean Lestrade, to the witness stand. Defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Winterbanks by Mr. McGildred, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question, once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing? In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing. And indeed, your own. I have. Lord Fanseeks, would you care to explain that last remark? Prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. No, the fuck you will not. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. And don't shoot people with smoke grenades. Good luck, Reno. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Winterbank's pawnbrokery are intimately related to the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now, here we all are again. The same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Moida, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom, in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. Gina. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Mr. Lestrade, this is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl. If it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. What about this guy? Prosecute him for perjury! And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts. You have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Trust Runo now. Iris? We're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend, is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilden's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus are the secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Mr. Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Ziek said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is, that brickmaker code was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGill had slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have educated in error in McGilden's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilden fellow was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the East. They were all in on it together. You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation! To get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable, stop. The liars have to stop. And stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilden's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. I called the witness. Shouldn't Van Zieks be cross-examining here? The real truth. Truth is that brickmaker code was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Mr. Stud? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats? Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. What are these guys doing? Boys? Stop colluding! That's not allowed! Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilden was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilden and the victim acquaintances? You can't believe they're just making out sloppy style in the middle of the court. It's so salty. Because the chips get it. I don't know. But I did hear them talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from under my seat, I saw that disc on the floor.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. But this disc could belong to the victim, perhaps. I don't know, but McGill had picked it up pretty smartish. And he sat at the cove with a knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say about a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses, and McGill had got me out of sight. The sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. They immediately left. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. Beppo. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Winterbanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, Counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in the trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Manzeeks. McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before I handed it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it's got to be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Winterbank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. Yeah, she was saying that someone told her it was more expensive. Presumably, McGilded. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went off running at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Threatened you how, exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was... he told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat to the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police. It makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Winterbanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Oh! Anyway, after that, he let me go. So I legged it before the cops showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Ginny's really put her faith in you, Runo. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press on every statement. Before that, I'm gonna drop my controller. And I'm gonna go Google, like, 1900 perjury written... what's it called when you get done for a crime? Punishment. As a perjury act in 1911, but I think we're a bit before that. New South Wales? No, that doesn't help. If I go UK. Sentence for perjury in the UK. There's a bunch of changes. And there's a bunch of complicated law shit, and I'm not going to read it. It's probably not good. Time to really go for it. Press on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other all the entire time? It is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. You're not scared. Homophobic moment. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Okay, so... I have pressed them on everything. I didn't get a check these boys out thing. Got to present evidence at some point? I guess we'll go through it all again. Hiding in the cabin. Oh, I can pursue them just out of nowhere.
Excuse me.
Hey, boys. Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! What? Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? Nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. They've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Oops. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear that on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. Negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, and at the expense of the other man's life. It proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, Although I don't understand why it's yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? Eh? I haven't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably going to sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence of your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. The little box! The mysterious little box. Deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. To be continued. To be continued. Right now. For these messages. Come on down to Big Bill House. Nope. Game saved. Box. So this is the article in question, is it? A small box deposited with a pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Winterbank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick! Let's open it and see what's inside! Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. What? Although, in truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. I did not. I thought it was going to be a box that had a thing in it. It's a music box. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Winterbanks at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to music on the discs, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
Wait, my lord. Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. Prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't... Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Go! No further delays, please. Play the disc! Song sucks. Why did you take the label off? What? What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. Wow, the new Taylor Swift album is ass. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. This is Morse code. Short, 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 long. Da 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 da. Ha ha ha. Mr. Graydon, this really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Hey, communications officer on the jury. Can you chime in on this? Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from this music box possibly be a clue? No, it can't be a clue. Back to nothing. Waiting for the cut to juror 5? Yeah, it's gotta be, right? It could be a clue. Juror 5, what do you think? Could it be a clue? I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. Okay, after like the first 2 notes, I did think it was gonna go into Milkshake Man. I don't know why. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? Let me just pull up real quick. Okay, the first like couple notes. You know? Right? You get where I'm coming from there? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is... not music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Oh, he's figured it out. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here, I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Reno.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they're not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind? Because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Bruno. I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that it isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something's just struck me, Reno. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. We did get a look into the construction of the music box before the disc got placed into it, and there was one of those arrays of bars. What are they fucking called? Like a kalimba, the part that makes the notes, and there was a whole bunch of them. So surely it's supposed to make different sounds. Although they're all the same size, so maybe that means they just make the same note. I'm not super familiar with the construction of music boxes. Also on the wrong angle to be hitting those based on the way the disc is spinning. Right? No, hang on. Just like that. I don't fucking know. Who cares? It's game. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. Your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all. Then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to a single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is... Huh? I don't fucking know. Based on evidence we've already got. The ticket, papers, blood, ticket again, the story? Do I have to be familiar with the contents of the story, The Hound of the Baskervilles? Because I'm not. We got a case. Oh, hang on. Yeah, see? Could it be? Sensational story lower down the front page as well, look. Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has a finger on the pulse of world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted? But how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Reno? No, of course not. I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be, and it could explain why he has Grexy running from pillar to post at the moment. Okay, it doesn't exactly use the word Morse code disk. Autopsy report, blah, blah, blah. This is probably the best way to go. That's all I can think of, and we haven't used this evidence yet. There's newspaper. Today's paper, Counsel. Headline is Pawnbroker perishes in Pig-Purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. Presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir. Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. The particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh yes, not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. That work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say. Is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Believe it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order! Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? The rat was reading too. The sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. Well, making assumptions. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night, 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. Jumped straight past working out what this actually says first, right? I was expecting her to translate on the go, like just play the disc and have her say exactly what was happening on it. Nah. We'll get there. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies, in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. I'm not familiar with this one. That being a most flagitious offence, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. The heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may... Ugh! The boy's back. You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Oh, fuck's sake. Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right, we're what they call the Free Skulkin Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. The sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with the Guild anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gap the other night like we was told to do. Like what you told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Van Zeeks has not been very thirsty. I've been misled. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. One Mr. will do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as party of three, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon, yeah? We did, Gov! We did! Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rot, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. What about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Let's know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. As it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. This strange music box only appears to be able to play a single tone. It was deposited at Winterbank's 2 days before the Black Overcoat. Well, first of all, let's have a look-see at this. I'll tell you this guy, probably not. See how that McGilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Winterbank's? It couldn't be a more perfect fit. So there's no question then. The disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical, nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. Is that just the same spot? I think it's the same spot. Nope, it's different. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually, the teeth on the comb are different lengths, so that each one produces a different tone. Okay, yeah, she was right. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. Never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange. There's a music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. What? Oh! Oh! What is it, Reno? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah! You're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. Look at that! There's another movement on the underside. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Ah, you know who's got two discs? This guy. Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? And this movement is like the other one. Comb's teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces a single tone, like the other one? Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes they produce are different. It's not how Morse code works. A music box can only play two notes, two tones. So can I put the other one in? So there. What about this? Okay. Blah, 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 blah. It's just the same. I thought there'd be a second movement, and it's the movement. Okay, try it on the spot where the disc would go, and beyond that, I'm just gonna give up and assume it comes up later. Nah, alright. Gotta wait. Okay. That's an interesting trick. Me, a communications officer, couldn't possibly steal confidential government information.
Hold it!
Yes, you could. So this is a newspaper headline accurate? So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff from the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communications station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the Ministry. Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator stop, currently in presence of idle stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors. They can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent in cipher. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with Ministry technicians and the Ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator stop, currently in presence of idle stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. You should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code.
Hold it!
Tell me more, tell me more. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that will be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. It did sound a bit weird. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Is it? I thought it was sort of the one tone, but short and long. Oh, hang on. Is it a tone. Is it switching between tones? No, it's short and long single tone. I don't fucking know. It's been a long time since I did any Morse code. Dash, 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 nope. Dot, 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 dash, 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 dot, dot, dot. Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. That's not tones, though. That's just the length of the one tone. I see. For example, this is A, and this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? Well, they're just only shorts, only dots. But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future. God forbid they use a different code. Well, no, hang on. Morse code is very specifically only Morse code. Well, okay. Yeah, just invent another type of Morse code. Invent horse code. Oh, stop. Nothing to say, but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Would there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a go. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Pour a fucking glass of wine, you bastard! Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. Huh. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
Got it!
Yes, this is it then. Here's you know what's coming, Counsel. Clearly, that was an answer given in desperation by one floundering to substantiate his argument. Yeah, what? Seriously? Was it that obvious? I'm sure you're on the right lines, Bruno. There's something about that music. Are you kidding? Did I miss? Continue with the cross-examination, Counsel. What the fuck? Okay, I guess I'll run through the other pressings. But for real? Okay, alright, that's fine. We're okay with that.
Hold it!
I have no relation to the man. So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGill killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter, and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Do we have evidence to link the two of them together? Egget Benedict. And we can't see Mr. Mason's name, other than remembering it was Mr. Mason. With the case file, yes. Mason Milverton, okay. That's not relevant, probably. Blah blah blah, yep. Remember the thing was on the knife? What was on the knife? I think it was just MM. Mason Milverton. Or Magnus McGilded. East End of London. Hang on, is that important? Was that something you got said recently? Artisan Quarter, doesn't say where the Artisan Quarter is. Doesn't say, oh well. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony. Oh, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what you told us to do.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought we was just popping over for an hour after all them years, but the rot had a dodgy job for us. Hey, yes? Ash. I don't know how that could be a fruit pun. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old china. Ooh!
Excuse me!
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? For fuck's sake. Hey? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't believe it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas, like what would never have gone through our heads. God blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? Corker, eh? Milverton! Satus! It's Mason's last name, even though they called him Mr. Mason the entire time for some reason. So Corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? Yeah, Von Zeke's wine is totally fine to have in court. Add it to the testimony, it's important, I'm gonna fucking bust it out in a second. It's totally fine to have in court. Except he's not fucking drinking it. He drank it all in the first half of the court, in the case. Or if you have misled me. He's had a single glass so far, like 2 hours in. I'm thirsty. The brothers' last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, Counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. The case is so long you figured there was more. There's tons in the first half. I drank a whole bottle by the end of the stream. But now, nothing. They don't call it Ace Attorney for nothing. Hey, that's not a very good joke. Let's move along. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more! A skulkin's never skulkin'. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run. Call them were the days.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. Bit fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose, since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The name? So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clogs like you'd have worked that one out. That's his. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel?
Objection.
I don't... Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? That should always be Milverton to us. It's his brother. Or father. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, hmm? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Ah! Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then? Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Ashley Graydon's personal profile has been updated in the court record. His last name was once Milverton years ago. He's a childhood friend of the Skulkin brothers. And always be Agatha Benedict in my heart. In your heart. Our hearts. Our hearts, comrade. Jones, are you good? Sitting on the edge of my desk and just staring at the floor. A pretty boy. What an orange boy. I am Padding Jones, you're right. Command acknowledged. Already in progress. Slap at a butt. Alright. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although, all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Winterbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, I've already found it, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. No, it doesn't. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here be those two brothers. Yeah, maybe. Where is it? It's in the case notes. Mason Milverton. Ooh, got him. Uh-oh, that's not the kind of sentence we want to see. There's a damning inconsistency, that last statement. Yeah, you say. As I look at you, Counsel, I see your trembling hand, your pallid expression, and your perspiring brow. Huh? It seems to me that is the damning inconsistency here, with the misplaced confidence of your assertion. Damn it! Where am I supposed to put it? You invited, sir. Fuzzy government secrets wouldn't have touched it. Oh, we did, blah blah blah. Maybe on this one? Yeah, let's do it on this one. Go down to only 2 lives.
Objection!
Objection! Yeah, here we go. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's a real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, Counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. We all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. Gilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker? That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say? Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton? Is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Oh, I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Do it then. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it to McGilded in collaboration with your father. You're not allowed to yell objection. This is slander. Slander? Slanderous. Slander. Yeah, slander, right? I carved a new life for myself as a respectable communications officer, as a gentleman. I have no idea what my father has been up to, but it has nothing to do with me. And may I remind the court that the assertion that this disc contains some sort of message in Morse code has been reliably disproven. No, it hasn't. By a professional and independent communications officer, no less. The relationship between the victim of the omnibus case and this witness is undoubtedly significant. However, the defense's argument remains somewhat incomplete, I feel. No. I believe the cross-examination should continue. Alright, so Morse code uses 2 tones. If I could just demonstrate the possibility that this could have been used to generate 2 distinct tones, which it fucking... I did! And he told me to fuck off! Perhaps we should have a really good look over the music. I did! I know what the trick is! You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Crane. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Where would it be? On this one? Yeah, it was one of these. I'll just go from the beginning.
Hold it!
Hold it! So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. I must say something, stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. Yeah, I could check it now. I mean, I can do it right now. Oh, what is it, Bruno? I've just something I just found in the music box. It opens. Oh, come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. Look at that, there's another movement on the underside. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. Linked, yeah, it's all the same stuff. Who would have thought there would be a second movement on the other side of the box? And the movement's like the other one, can't see all the same length. Yep, all the same, blah blah blah. Each movement, same notes. Nothing different there. Same examination. Juror number 5. We regular communications in our station offices aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the Ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator stop, currently in presence of idle stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors. They can't be heard. In any case, all messages are sent in ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. I must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with Ministry technicians and the Ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon's highest operator stop. Presence vital stop. Appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut. Try a little more carefully. Accusations are bunkum.
Hold it!
I'm starting to think I just missed the right spot. Like I missed the opening thing when I presented it earlier. Anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to the music box even a few seconds. Of course, you know how it works. You dumb bitch. I'll teach you this. 2 tones. Dot dash. Dot dat dash. Juror number 5 saying, all this is grounds for a mistrial again. Yeah, I don't think jurors are supposed to be presenting evidence. Note a general meaning. This isn't Morse code, you dumb bitch. Ha 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 ha! Got him! Also, she personally knows the keep. Yeah, she's BFFs. She is in not romantic, in professional love with the key witness and spoiler, the perpetrator of the crime.
Objection!
Yep. Let me get that box. Oh, I wish I could go faster. Okay. Carefully, upside down. Right on it. We're right on it. Press A. You just... Oh, fuck! I had to open it first. I had to press A to open it instead of just presenting the closed version. Damn it! Yep. 2 discs, both at the same time. We know all this. Hey, what about this part? Good gracious! What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? Oh. That's what he said. That's exactly what he sounded like at that point. It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With the second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Oh! I didn't think you'd figure that out. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. A very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Winterbanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles Mr. McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Hey? We never knew nothing about that! On the night that Mr. Winterbank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone. The music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall in the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night, 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Winterbank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Shonce's waist. Nuh-uh, nice comeback, dude. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? Nuh-uh. He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Ugh. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Winterbanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that was all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. I wish he did his little dance but winced from the pain in his arm. Just a little extra animation, that'd have been cool. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Hey, how about we fucking play the government secrets? Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Shom's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterbank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. Grr. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Winterbank that night, is you.
Hold it!
You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment? You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker, and shot him. You what? Yeah, fucking what? Why would anyone believe you? You've done nothing but lie this entire time. Order! 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 Star Platinum. Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Nuh-uh, times a million. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. His cane is a gun. He pulls the cane into a gun. But I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment that the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Your Honor, I believe the witness is full of shit. And has himself demonstrably proven that at every turn. Everything he said has been a lie that we've disproven. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Ah. Ah, the light. Ah. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. Because remember, really early on, like the first time we saw him, we were freaking out about how weird his cane looks, how it's not what a cane's supposed to look like. And it's super sus. Yeah. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Yeah, cane gun. Chekhov's cane. Kun, yeah. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Then you can produce that gun. And it's not in the cane. Good gracious. This is quite extraordinary testimony. No mocking people for their weird rod-adjacent objects, please. Fair enough. Anyone can carry any kind of phallic objects they please. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger? Order! 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 It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. Ah, the truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood spattered over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Nope, that's the wrong voice. I was still Don Zeke's. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? Her coat could somehow be shown to harbour vestiges of blood. That would be conclusive evidence here. But we can show that it's not her blood. And this time they will believe it because we were right about the other time. Oh, hell yeah, my dude! Fucking finally. Last number 2. Almost 3 hours in. It's goon time. Although it is from the bottle, so tragically it doesn't technically count. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently. A German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. But I feel like you gotta get the soju out if you're drinking wine again. If I'm drinking wine, I am downing this wine. If you'd like to get some soju out, I'm not gonna say no to a little bit of soju. It's soju night. It's British wine in the 1800s. Despite the fancy label, there's no way it isn't total pig swill. Fucking get 'em. You don't know it's British wine. It could be a nice Dornish red. And although I'm full focusing doing boss battles right now, get them. Wine in Britain in the 1800s, guaranteed supported. Yeah, they didn't have grapes. They didn't grow grapes. I assume, I don't know. As soon as one crosses the border gets a -1000 quality modifier, oof. You gotta go into wine place for good wine. There's so many wine places. I was gonna say name one specifically, but like Italy's probably the big one. We got lots of grapes. France is a lot, I think. French wine. He's talking shit about Iris's blood gun. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Yeah, and the one we live in, which is the one I'm drinking. I'm drinking a Barossa Shiraz. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. As I proved the validity of my blood gun earlier. We proved that it was his blood. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. Ooh! Shots! A little treat.
If this slows me down and
Cheers.
doing the really hard bosses I'm doing right now, I'm gonna get really upset.
This is a potion that helps you focus.
I'm focusing so hard right now. So I hope you're proud of me. I beat like 3 bosses earlier, and I was like, oh fuck this game, dude.
Doing shots increases the parry window.
Oh, is that how that works?
Yeah, that's how it works.
Oh, fantastic.
That's a good one.
Oh,
Yummy.
that's apple.
Pretty good.
Yum. How about every time I beat a boss, I do a shot? That would be like 4 shots in.
Well, yeah, you're 3 down already.
Yeah.
Now that's dangerous thinking.
That is dangerous.
It's more dangerous than my game.
Yeah.
Having said that, little sip.
It's super quiet in the fridge.
That's been there for ages.
No, that's new.
No, it's been in the door the entire time.
Oh, okay.
I pulled it out and pulled the top
don't know
shelf.
what's in our fridge.
Yeah, when do we have a look? It's the bottom shelf. Who looks in the bottom shelf of the fridge?
Look at the book.
It's so far down.
Look it down.
Yeah.
You take me for some kind of person that looks down. Witty comeback in there.
So witty.
There was such a witty comeback in there. I just had, yep.
This is what Bubba's like when she's not on stream.
Yep. No,
She saves up all the brain power just for you. Alright, I've been neglecting you. I mean it, you proved some Blue's Clues ass bullshit, let's be real. Yeah. We got his ass. World War I killed winemaking in the UK. There was always just some, but rationing fucked it. Yep. Do they have to, like, grow other crops to keep the food up? I don't know. Yeah, this is before World War I. This is 1900s. We've seen that at some point. But 1900s and single digit. It's turn of the century, so it would have been okay if it was British wine, but it's almost certainly French, Spanish, or Portuguese. And Les doesn't know, I've seen British media, there's plenty of winemaking there. Ha wine with an H. Pretty good. That's a good joke. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission. Get fucked. Every time he's poured a glass, so twice, he's almost immediately smashed it. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. Shatter something. Here we go. Chug chug. #1 victory royale. Yeah, Fortnite, about to get down. Chug chug. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Reno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we? That there's blood all over the front of G's coat. Winemaking in the UK only really restarted in the 70s. Global warming has helped it a lot. Global warming is fucking us right now. Us down here in the south, we've had like a full week of 40 plus. It went down to 30 today, and that was a delightful reprieve. And now it's going to go back up. We are a bit warm. It's a bit sweaty down here. Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of G's coat. Yeah. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help! You're right! I was forgetting what happened yesterday. This is the one time you're thankful it's 30 degrees. Yeah, usually 30 degrees, you know, it's a bit warm, it's a bit uncomfortable. You'd rather be down at like 25, 27 at the absolute most is my comfy point. But I'd like, yeah, I like 22, 23. Jones is back. And he's away. Counting 7. Oh, God, I wish. True, yeah, winter, northern hemisphere. I would kill for it to be 7 here. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna shoot. But that's not Mr. Winterbank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. While we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination! Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence, or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop.
Hold it!
Mr. Winterbank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just your regular, mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place, and Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. A pair of you setting up on the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you. Sorry, Guff. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later, you fucking dumbass. That's how wounds work. Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way. And then he scarpered through that door out the back. Which point, what did you do? I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though.
Hold it!
Why would you pursue this man? He had a gun, didn't he? You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, surprisingly, the storeroom door's a solid job. Made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about air height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that. I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. In the anime. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Guff. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Guff. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windbank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. But no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun. From Winterbank's gun grazed my arm. And yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not from the murder weapon. So clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
No other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark colour. But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Hey, how come there's no blood on any other part of her? How about that? Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGill had stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Gosh, if only we had a photo taken of this supposed blood-covered girl. Do we? We do, but that's before the alleged shooting. Over. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, he started walking over. Over where, exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then The girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Hey, produce the gun. Tell us where the gun is. Yes, it was yours, truly. I left it clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We'd made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Food here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. The gun is right up his arse. True, he's fully clenched this entire time holding the gun up there. I'm such a nice guy, I disposed of key evidence for the person I'm trying to take the fall for me. I threw it in the trash because it's a dangerous weapon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
Every time someone has an interjection, it proves how perfectly I'm voicing them, having never heard them before. You're like a bullet at a gate, aren't you? Oh shit. Boys, you alright?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen. Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line. You do realise you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, this D's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when you got down the station? And why didn't you? God, we didn't know nothing about it. Or that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. No, are you? Gore blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. That's strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Grigsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Munch, munch, munch. If he's giving you the willies, you should report that and get him charged. If he's giving you wet willies, you should tell somebody. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Quick. Ah, the blood. On the accused's overcoat. Ah, the blood. Ah. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. What? That's not true. End of report. Goodness me. See? What did I tell you?
Objection!
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Winterbanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilden. Judge's ass motherfucker, which one? actually. Because of his poses. It's because of his poses, right? It is him. Yeah, he's a full Judge's boy. Fucking later on, part Judge's boy. Like part 4 onwards. He is pretty Kira-ish. Kira-ly. I thought just before his coat was deposited at Winterbanks, Kira Nightingale, McGildred had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the Omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? A glass 3! Now we're getting somewhere. 2 months ago in this very courtroom. Is the pouring sound picking up on the microphone? I hope it is. In this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGildred's innocence? And yet now the man is dead. You brand him as a murderer. Fuck you! Oh my god. 3 for 3! Pour it and smash it! Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. Huh? Chugging. No, but that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But... we use Mr. Shums specially for my chemicals. Mr. Shums is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Piroshki to starving boy, and he ran away. Ow. Sherlock Holmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this court. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth, from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could have possibly known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is single. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Oh! My lord! Been a long battle, this one. But this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Have you considered that he is lying? Again? As he has been shown to be doing every single time he said anything this entire case? Mr. Foreman? At this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir! 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 Sir!
Guilty.
Sir.
Guilty.
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 Guilty! Guilty. Okay. I've been a little bit off from those last two. Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. Again. Where'd you... Alright, I'm counting that. It didn't show him pouring it, but Glass 4. Don't fucking pour it off screen. The animation's the whole point. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Oh no, don't pull out that pose. You crush it after that pose. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decisions being equally successful. He didn't. Ooh ah! Ooh ah! I don't believe it, after I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Guilty. He's come so far. Is this Holmes in a disguise? Sorry, Sholmes. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruto? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That'll be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruto, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. Voice? I don't remember what voice I was doing for Sholmes. Am I going mad? Ah! Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Order! 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 What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Really? It's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humour me. What matter, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? Don't stop going for the wine. You're too young. You're just a baby boy. What say you to this, Lord Van Zieks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time. Having spent so long already. Exactly! Haven't spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Yeah. Very well then. Counsel, you have 5 minutes. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me, should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. This place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Mrs. Sato. Mrs. Sato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favour. I don't understand. Mrs. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. That very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. Leaving present for Mrs. Sato-san? Whatever could it be? What the fuck is that? Oh! It's the machine I made! Ah! The cat flap machine? Meow! Hi, Wagga Hi! What the fuck is this gonna help? The drawing of Dick is a dick butt drawing. It's a machine that makes dick butt. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flapper mat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? I didn't instantly figure it out. Yeah, I didn't. I'm gonna shit all over the place. Is it make a cat flap so we can see the bullet wound? No, the bullet wound has already been proven. What are we working on? What's the thing we're trying to figure out? Mrs. Sato followed the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. What did you mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? I've forgotten what we're trying to figure out. He said some bullshit. We've got some blood on the shirt. How do we prove whose blood it is? Yep, I don't know yet. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. Oh, was the peephole in the door made by this? That is your answer, dear fellow. No, not at all cryptic then. Sato used this cat flapper mat that night? But why? Oh, take a drink. And smash it, probably. Yep. Take a chug. Chug, chug, chug. Oh! So Sato, they used the cat flapper mat in the door to be able to see inside. But that means it was the people wasn't there when what's-his-dick was. Your 5 minutes is over. We're out of time already? Oh, I spent exactly actual 5 minutes on that? That's nice. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. Futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests What are requests? Yeah, further cross-examination. Talking to Ashley about seeing through the cat flap. And then being like, gotcha, bitch. That wasn't there when you were there. Further cross-examination.
Objection!
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection.
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, requesting your lord's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. I put cross-examination on the stack first, so it resolves last. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Hey, baby boy. Hey, Jones. You're being super annoying. Are you hungry? Give me a minute. We're right at the end. So nobody can say anything then. Frino asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. Remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of the proceedings. Therefore, decided to afford the defense one final opportunity, concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in or support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Thud. Mr. Sholmes! Oh no, he's dead. To stand so... I've never heard this one pronounced. I've only ever read it. So I'm going to give it a go, and you can correct me after. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind, or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. That's a series of letters in a random order, yeah. That's just how his card effect works. Mr. Sholmes exiles himself at the end of your turn. Strike him, and he creates a clue token when he enters the battlefield. He stood, so for the figure. Strike a man when he's down, wait, don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? You had one shot, one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted. No, I don't know the rest of the line. Yes. Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance this Sato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, You may resume the cross-examination. The moment of the shooting, again. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Winterbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shot himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. That's probably the point to put it on, to present on. Put a pin in that. Statement 3. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Could also be that one. Let's go with the third one. Peephole in the door, though. A compact machine for the rapid creation of small flaps in larger doors, to allow cats to come and go freely. Whoa. Whew. Those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. They're made of... I forgot the word. What's Wolverine made of? They're made of adamantium. Figured it out, I remembered it. Being real, this is such a Hail Mary. Yeah. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. Bullshitium, unobtainium. And what are the two parts at the top there? For the hinges. Those are attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the Cathlapamat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. My guy is so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Yep, that's probably it. Yep, deadly weapon door. Alright, in this one, statement 3, we present the Cathlapamat.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council? It's my Cathlapamat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. We do love Wagga High, almost as much as we love Jones, who has fucked off. There he is. Come, my boy. Mwah. Come here. Come here. Come here. He's not coming in. He's been fucking bapping at my side for the last 3 hours. And now he runs away. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. And sure, we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Are you sure? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described this function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine, in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winbank had taken place. That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself, in order to see inside the locked storeroom. Was it ludicrous? What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else would I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes. How could you? What? What? Kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. Time to use up all my super meter and do an ultimate attack. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is a most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is some bullshit. Riddled with, explain yourself, counsel. Bullshit, you mean? The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. Grrr. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Ah. Ooh, got him. Order! Order, order, order! Is there any credence in this revelation?
Objection!
Yeah, check out the last 6 months worth of security pictures. There's never been a hole in the door. None whatsoever. As my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Yeah, I'll do it right now. Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I'll do it to that door behind you. Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Now Hodo family special move is to nuh-uh times 1,000 million plus 1. Waggy, cooey! Time for dinner! Cooey? What a pretty kitty. Wow. Well. Yeah, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak panelling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet. Don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Winterbanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. Hey, well, let me check real quick. Examine. Hey, look. What's it there? Not a fucking peephole. Oh shit, there's a peephole there at 1:30. That's crazy. Who would have thunk it? No, but it's easy. What? Meow objection. The cat flaps my cat flapper mat creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the peephole at Winterbanks are an exact match. Ugh! Hee hee! Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned students' friends' turn to be lost for words, I feel. Huh? I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Ah. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. Ugh. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Say what? Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, counsel? Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Sato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole on the door of Winterbank's storeroom was created after the event, and not before. The first picture, the one that doesn't have it. Bababooey! Kaboom! What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras, again. She's the only one I know, so she is also the worst, I guess, too. That's true. The best and the worst. Yeah, we haven't seen any other assistants. My judicial assistant, Mrs. Sato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows the scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. And more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again! I don't believe it! This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of any people of any description. It's colorless. Haha, magic joke. Oh. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is bullshit! Oh, fuck! Wah! Do a little dance. Get down the night. Order, order, order! I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. Tampered. But more importantly... Good. And more, Lord Van Zieks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here. Oh, please. No. I don't believe this. Australian attorney would be fucking great. Mate, your testimony is fucking stitch up. Fuck off, mate. Yeah, nah, yeah. Well, that is Australian and highly contextual. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. They're always saying that. Isn't that right, Renault? Oh. Oi, Judge, this bogan's goonin'. As Hurley always says. One lie begets another. Huh, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. You want to keep going with this kangaroo court, mate? Yeah, nah. Oh, nah, yeah. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris is right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, the third gun, yeah. Oh, hang on. Nope, the peephole. Nope, not the peephole, the third one. The thing it said was bloodstones on the coat. How did you know that? Bullshit. The third gun.
Objection.
Nope, I was wrong. My bad. Yep. Do you have any idea what you're saying, my Nipponese friend? Absolutely. I've been studying English hard since I was a child. You failed to catch my meaning. The witness has admitted to removing the gun in question from the scene himself. Oh. Precisely who else but this man could have known of a third gun's existence? Yeah, it was his gun. I'm a little out of it, guys. Keep at it, Runo. Chin up. After the lengths Satos had went to in order to leave that last piece of evidence with me. In fact, perhaps I need to pursue the implications of that further. Then it might all become clear. There's still light in those dark eyes, I see. Will it do you any good, I wonder? Don't worry, there's only like 40 moments of the game left, and I've only got 2 lives? Oh no! This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris is right. One lie begets another. Same thing we already seen. Mr. Graydon had noticed some bloodstains. How do you know about them, eh? The bloodstains that were present on Michel Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him. Could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... Ah. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? What? Well, obviously, Oh. Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. Once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the 2 burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Winterbank constantly, carrying out an investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have been to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working round the clock in shifts, so we got through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
Yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zieks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you... Permission denied. Oh. It's not at all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And, in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is the person in question, Counsel? Who gave this witness the details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? That's Gregson, right? Because they were whispering before? Joy. It's gotta be Gregson.
Take that!
Truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my loved friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a blooming outrage! Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that had transpired at the pawnbrokery, which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred, except during the entirety of Gina's thing, talking to us moment. Cross-examination. Oh. Ooh, I've just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilden's music box from the scene of the crime. Gregson's trying to vent. That's pretty sus. That's it. It was during their testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seem to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag! You're making all this up! I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud! Whoa, do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Falling a little bit Australian in there, but that's such as is what's going to happen. Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. Perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. That starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Malfeasance? Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear. Jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I could do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. It's malpoopy, all right. Evidence? Have to prove what I'm saying? In a court of law? I thought we all just made shit up. Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The disc, surely. The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Alright, Ryunosuke, fucking lock in. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? What? Huh? Nature of the deal, alright. The disc, probably. This disc or the other disc? I haven't got the other disc. It's not the other stuff. Tickets, samples, blah blah blah. It's gotta be the disc. Probably. Huh? How many lives we got left? Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? Now, Alva, bleeding Nora, could you... We discovered, during the course of this trial, the music box deposited at Winterbanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box, designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon, in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Ah! Nearly shook my headphones off. Order, order, order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Winterbanks, you said this. Oh, we taken that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't! Don't give it to him! It's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. I'm gonna piss so bad. Hopefully this ends soon. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. So full of wine. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the sequence leaked from the Ministry. This is going to be a while still. And do it on the QT. Strictly hush. Alright, that's fine. On your recommendation, it's piss time. BRB! Yay! Strictly hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, presume? Lass, you going to bed? Good night, lass! Keep watching from bed, because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No! Gah!
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious! Then, you mean to say, Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person?
Yes!
Yes. The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. Yes! And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? God, I want chips so bad. There's this place near here that does really fucking good chips. But they're closed. And also I don't have enough money to order them. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, I don't want to say the name of a nearby fish and chip shop on stream, but hey, Fourth, check out Discord. Blah blah blah. Yeah, order from that place. Pretty good chips. And also other stuff. Bubble's playing E33. She's beaten so many bosses. That's nice. She got up to the sad part earlier. If it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. A cavity search even. Search my cavities, why don't you? Please. I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found. Still chuckling over your joke earlier? What joke? Discord joke? Or the E33 spoiler joke that I'm not allowed to look at? Searching cavities in public? Well, they go to a special room for that. It's much more intimate. Yeah, the spoilers I can't see. I'll look them up later. After beat game. Oh yeah, beat game, then meme. I should probably play Outer Wilds at some point as well. E33, then Outer Wilds, then something else. I don't know. I specifically didn't watch Bubble play it, so I could not know about it. Top 3 games of all time. Literally nothing you can talk about E33 without spoiling something. I've seen a single clip of that guy I was talking about doing the conversation, the recruitment conversation. There'll be lots of fighting. Oh, that's true. I'm in. And yeah, it seemed pretty cool. Very fresh. Oh, the baguette. Verso and Monaco. Monaco the Darling? Is that the big guy who gets convinced? Yes, it is, because Verso's the man who's the main character man. Not a spoiler, yeah. For Nandaska, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed. To have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. Is it Her Majesty's at this point? Hang on. Turn of the century, is it not still the king and country? I suppose this is fake fantasy, lawyer Britain, so maybe not. When did Lizzie get in? Queen Elizabetha started in not until 52. Oh, Victoria. Okay, yeah. Okay, I knew it's king during at least one of the world wars, because in Blackadder they're talking about the king and country, right? I think that's right. So if this is Her Majesty's, then it has to be... We know it's 1900s, and we know it's Her Majesty's, so this has to be happening in 1900 exactly, or early 1901. Victoria, la-di-da. Oh, January 1901, so yeah, this is exactly 1900 only. You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Gregson actually is the third Skulkin brother. He's given it to his brothers to hold on to. Very well, Counsel. You know the implications. So let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? It's the brothers, innit? There is little Skulkin brothers. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very good. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please. Oh, I love he gets the weak slap right at the end. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now, what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, no, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. The tussle. What tussle? Who tussled? Huh? Oh, yeah. They were next to each other and he grabbed him and did a little wrestling. He snuck it onto him. Bubble wants to respectfully inspect the other lawyer man, Von Weinguy. We want to have a closer look at Barock von Zieks. Von Zieks, the court allows you to, requires you to push a leg up on the table. Reuse that animation real quick. Bruno is doing what you told him to do, and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Oh. He would not allow that. Can I respectfully inspect Van Zieks? Would he let me disrespectfully inspect him? Lass, yes. You're on the same page. Even less. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction, and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request this search now? This fucking guy! Does it say? Yeah, ages? 44. Okay, that's a bit old to be a brother. But it's possible. It's only what? A little less than 20 years older? Nash! Because they were tussling and rustling and huh? Lass, what are you talking about? Your phone autocorrect wanted me to disrespectfully impregnate him? Oh my.
Take that!
Goodness gracious me. Of, my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Blimey! Me? Him? Found out much existed that. Of impregnating Von Zieks? Probably somewhere pretty hard to find, maybe not publicly shared. Hang on. Rule 34. If it exists, so must exist porn of it. Rule 35. If it doesn't exist, Bubble must create porn of it. Right? Get to work, my love. Impregnate that man. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Please, my lord. Inspector? Yeah, Bubble. Scotland Yard, has to object to this search.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? You're going to do it? You're gonna do the thing? Sorry, it's Van Zieks Emperor. Hey. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. Even though Ashley objected earlier and there was allowed. Yay! Bubbles gonna draw an Emperor. It's locked in. She is already drawing something else. Ooh. Something else fun treat for you later. That'll come up later. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. Probably a glass of wine, my guy. But Lord Van Zieks. When's the first sonar dropping? When is the first sonar dropping? 3? You told me. I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Oh! Bailiff, carry out the search. It's coming, it's on the way. It's coming? I don't know if we can post that. Cut it out! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. In the witness's prison pocket. Whoa. I found this. Still haven't found my berries, but I found these. Good lord, that's another music box disc. Done enough about it. Nothing. Oh, well, you know, you're watching sad things. You're singing sad songs and making it better. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus Begilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Oh! Ah! Order, order, order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett. I mean, just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. But for pity's sake! Why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? He diddled that boy! Ah! It was... Yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon... Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did and all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as my brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? For if you can't believe he felt up his brother and put a D in him? D meaning disc, obviously. Obviously. What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like that, and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got down the station? That's what he said. He held it right down the ear hole, he did. Me head's still throbbing now. You know, that's not the only thing that's still throbbing now. Whoa! The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Bless my wig! He hid it? You! Soldier boy, tell him. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the sequence leaked from the Ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush? A top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. What does this mean? You only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him. Slipped the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense? Those poor chips. Well, Inspector Grayson, and you, Mr. Graydon. Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it, yours truly. Please, go fuck yourself. Mr. Graydon. Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. You literally are on obligation. You're under oath. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... What? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, to the Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. That's why they call it justice, because it's just us. So, as members of the public of this fine country, and also that Washington guy, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. Oh, Niet. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say that I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idle, stop. Detective has way much trust in his eyes. More than this, I cannot say. Well, this has become a right mess. Time to just kill the girl for no reason. Oh my. Oh no. Oh dear. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're going to believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now... Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winterbank, or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. How about playing those 2 discs at the same time? Have we fucking tried that yet? If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? Oh, fuck. Do I have the... I don't have the second disc. So... I think I present evidence against Graydon that the discs are secrets that I shouldn't be playing in front of the peanut gallery behind me, who I've been seeing this entire time and thinking about. Okay, I'm gonna go with, against Graydon, Mr. Graydon. There is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. Did we find the second? We did. Yeah, it was on Nash. We found the second disc. I assure you, I will admit nothing. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit to the deal he clearly struck on the stand.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGilden's peculiar music box, Counsel? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness! This disc, Counsel...
Hold it!
No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why.
Objection!
Not true, Inspector. Hey? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad! If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Objection!
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leak confidential case details to a witness. But you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Oh, hey! Glass 5. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Vanty, for Pete's sake. Stop him!
Objection!
Ah, yeah, baby! There it is. Is there a button to... No, fuck. Is there a button to see the screen while hiding all the other shit? I don't think there is. No. Oh well. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Check out my shoe. Das Boot. Oh. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law. So let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. Cheers, buddy. Tink. Glug glug. No! Very well. The defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. Oh, it's so fast. Damn, that's a nice beat. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Damn, drop a beat. Morse code machine. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that blooming box up! Britain did 9/11, huh? What a weird message. Oh, shit. That's what it said the whole time? In 1900? They planned ahead. Let me ask you again, then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Oh, stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. And the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! You there? You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So, how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. Ooh. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. A peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Winderbank. You! Traitor! Whoa. Hey, bailiff? But it's bailiff, right? Restrain that man! At once! Oh, nice, very nice O-face. He's into it. That's it then. It's all over. That's all there is. There isn't any more. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth. Born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. Bro, who gives a shit? So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. Admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever have imagined. Then, one day, I met him. You really don't have to hand it to him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. He had a fiend with a queer talent, so they are. I have money to throw you away if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. Now? No. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. How easy it is to suck. Come. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. His wife didn't stick around, his wife left. That's why I got married, skill with his hands. But you need more than just skill with your hands for a marriage to make. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, hey? He was a very different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the... No, who's talking? I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had to make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of a deal. The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. But it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Gray. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with... Mr. Milverton was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded, and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. You're doing cooked shit. I want in. Get me some of that big money. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore in my father's name. To exact revenge. Oh, did you kill him? Did you set the fire? Revenge? Revenge? Ha 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 ha! Full combo, baby! What little I have left for glass number 6. Full bottle once again. That dude does some sick moves. He's got some fucking sick moves. Who? What? Hang on. Schmoves? Who's schmoving? Oh, Graydon. Yeah. He's got some poses. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. Ah, you fuck. Alright, bottle empty. Talking the last glass. Pretty good. Thank you, Cat Amongst the Pigeons, Barossa Shiraz, Vintage 2023. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. Glitch loves chugging ass. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. Plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. I don't care how big the room is, I cast Fireball! That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilled's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? Tis sooner than I was led to believe. It's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. He's a very sussy Bobby. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. Gotta piss again. Such as the unfortunate consequences to downing an entire bottle of wine. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box, you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for ye, young man. What's this? Winterbank's pawnbrokery? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for ye. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the what's what. I've put a jewel in pawn for ye. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have ye not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. Might be in the right accent there, they might be a little bit Scottish. I'm a full bottle of wine down, so it's difficult to nail in, to lock in. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere, and that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Winterbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Mr. Sod written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast? My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I did dip into Easy Leo from Disco Elysium there? Who was that? Easy Leo. I don't remember who that is. I'm sorry, Leo. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. with the help of your old friends, the Stockton brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forwarded articles. Containers, 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 paint them nice and red. Yeah, I remember you, Izzy Leo. Yeah, I only talked to him once, I think. Because I never went back up to talk to Everett ever again. Which I think I should, if I replay it, I should talk to Everett and do the task he has. There's some content there to me that I've missed. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang! Bang. Hungry. A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night. Just in case. Bang. But more sinister. Sinister bang. Sinister is when it's on a diagonal. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But, unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. Holy fuck, I gotta piss so fucking bad. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. Since the bang is the name of your new album, hell yeah. I cannot stand this anymore. One moment, my loves, BRB. Oh, that was a good piss. Crystal clear. I am hydrated. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks on that wretched night. You've gone through 8 litres of liquid today against the thirsty? That's too many litres. You're going to be up all night pissing. Although, having said that, 1.5 bottle water, 500ml Rockstar, 2 litres, and a, how much is this? 750ml bottle of wine. 750, really? That's smaller than I would have expected. Okay, only a little over 2.5 litres. Yeah, 2 litres, that's the normal amount of liquid. Our fourth has been so thirsty today, but it's Lass's fault for sending you a pic of the leggings. Ha 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 ha. Video game. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. Is that not what you yourself just did? What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. But what I did, it's cute! You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial, I'll fucking say. 5 hours for 2 parts. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Oh. Now, to the defendant, Miss Juno Lestrade. Ah, yeah? Where have you been this whole? You haven't been on the stand. It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir! Garrett have squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push! The final goal! The finishing whistle! My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
The cup's gonna be fine.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Ha ha ha! That's the stuff! I'm off the hook! Finally, Bruno! You finally managed to do it! Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Cindy was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. Yeah, there's the perjury bit. Hey, what are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, Hey? 3 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGillard's property, it seems. Eh? I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGillard's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Ow. I just bit my lip. Owie wowie. And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. Turning our attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box discs contained a message in Morse code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel. My bottle's empty, my man. Alright. Back up, bottle. No, I'm not working tomorrow. Okay, so in the fridge door, as you may have heard earlier, we had some bottles of wine we hadn't really paid much attention to for the last X amount of years of living with this fridge. This is a 2023 Barossa Shiraz, and it has only a glass's worth, perhaps a little more, left in it. I don't know when it was opened, or if this is at all drinkable. Yeah, it's like half a glass. But this is Krondorf. In 1847, the people of Krondorf began a wine industry that helped lay the foundation for what the Barossa is today. As custodians of this legacy, our winemakers craft modern expressions of signature Barossa varieties. Blah blah blah. It's a Shiraz. I don't know how long it's been open. I'm pretty sure it was before we owned this fridge. Oh, that has a different smell. Quite a separate, quite a unique aroma. A little bit different. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. Clink. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Oh. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, isn't that... It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels. We do have a thing to go to tomorrow, and by the time we have to do that, I will be fine. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? One final week's little slap. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. Oh. But it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, my lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you wait, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Tina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you wanted to change, you've got to start at home. You've got to change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Yay! Huzzah! And there was much rejoicing. That is all. Court is adjourned. Oh, fuck yourself. Okay, I don't own any more wine. So I can't pour another glass. I will just have to finish the glass I have left. Yum. Alright, he did, in the end, bust out the glasses, the wine, the bottles. He carried us through. We went through a bottle and a bit. Good job, Van Zeeks. I was worried at the beginning there when we went 2 hours without a single glass. I did, yeah, 2 hours with nothing was insane. I was really starting to doubt you. But he speed around the end. He blasted us. And I got blasted. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my far eastern friend. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within the Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. Your boy has only so many emotes. He's got like 3, and 3 of them are wine. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all imperial fucks, scum, and shouldn't be doing imperialism. Well, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. Yeah, he's got pour wine, toast wine, throw wine at the chandelier? No. At the light source. He's got foot on table, throw bottle behind him, which he didn't use this stream. He was subtle with it. And slam fist on table. So what's that, 5? Did he throw bottle behind him? He threw glass behind him at the light source. I don't think he did the throw bottle backwards emote in this one. Because he picks it up by 2 fingers and tosses it behind him. Yeah, he didn't do that one. Lass, oh my god. Okay, so you've been coming up with a character for an upcoming John Wick TRPG one-shot. And you're like, okay, hot-blooded, big muscle, heavy type. And it's dumbass mode. Nice. And Shai just goes, yeah, okay, I'll be tiny knife girl riding you. Yeah, he didn't throw the bottle stream. Yeah, big, strong, buff idiot plus tiny person riding them is a good combo, always. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. Oh, you want to fucking sword fight? With your, with our penises? Sword fight like that? I think it was a term I'm forgetting, but sword fight. You did? Rotting? No, that's not with swords. When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Rotting is with swords? What am I thinking of? I don't know. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand. No, yeah, you're right. Frotting is the swords. I'm thinking of the other thing with not swords. It's also got a term. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey in my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Japanese fellow, until we meet again. Defendant's antechamber. He'd like to be less instantly racist. Isn't that nice? Isn't that good of him? It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Oh, congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? At last you've figured out something about his backstory? Whose backstory? Naruto's backstory? Or... I've instantly forgotten his name. Sorry, my boy. Or Van Six's backstory. No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean. Properly. That's awful. I figured out something today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. Last, Von Zieks had a Japanese defense attorney husband, who, in his dying breath, told him to be as racist as possible. Is that what his backstory is? Did you figure that out from context clues? I'm not sure about that one. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Sure, why not? Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone. McGillicuddy. Nope. McGilded. Who's McGillicuddy? That sounds familiar. Is that a character? I don't remember. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. How's that song go? Worked something out last night. 30 years. No, I've forgotten. What song is that? It's gone. Fucking a full bottle of wine and a bit just left me totally helpless. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. Crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Rinosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Cosma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Believing in you who believed in me. That is the way. I haven't actually seen Gurren Lagann. I went over to a friend's house to watch the movie version, where it all condenses the whole thing into like 3 hours, and I fell asleep inside of like 10 minutes and skipped and missed the entire thing. All I know is big drill and believe in the you who believes in me. I'm getting around to it. It's on my list. It's on my anime list. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Oh, that voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ha ha ha! Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling! Ha! Mr. Soms! Ha ha ha! Yes, it was me all along. You see? It recently got added to Netflix. If I could access Netflix, that would be lovely. It's currently blocked because I'm not part of the household, which is some bullshit. But I'll finagle my way into watching it. I recently watched Mother's Basement's 2025 wrap-up, and got a whole bunch of anime to check out. But in terms of older ones, my anime check back later list is to finally watch the Utena box set I bought like 10 years ago, to finish NGE, to finish Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, to watch Bacano, a new series to watch your boy Kongming and Eminence in the Shadows. Eminence in Shadow. Fuck Mother's Basement, you don't like him? I thought his 2025 wrap-up was alright, but also I have watched a couple of the things he recommended and have not really been grabbed by them. I've been watching... What is it? Ascendance of a Bookworm? He said it was really good. It's not very good. It's fine. It's whatever. Episode 15 and... you know? Bacano, I do have to watch Bacano. That's up there. He loves the Crunchyroll money. Yeah, he had some ads at the front. I skip them. I don't know. He loves to chill. But if you just skip it, whatever. I'd assume that you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Don't escape the hospital. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Mr. Strahd? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Shumps? Because he's cold as ice. I'm willing to sacrifice my love. My love? Your love? Something along those lines. And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strahd. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Shumps. Don't alarm me in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway. Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. Exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like, God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, alright? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coasts like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I want him upstairs, make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Justice is one thing though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. But I'm McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? Treating you which is to be admired, Mr. Strahd. Oi! Just give a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, early. How long have you been here? How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear. I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolls didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? Credit it? I'm not sure, really. Beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. You just don't have the weighty balls you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. Sorry, Hurley, I've seen it. Your penis is tiny. But you won't be able to come, will you? You won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offences. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter stuff, what was in the lug, blah blah blah. No coming from tiny penos, yeah? Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offence. But it ain't an offence, it's a job, innit? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you did start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? You didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that'll make a difference for them. It's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Ah, nice job, that. Doing something. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes. Goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Odo? Yes? One last smoke grenade to send us off. Green? I love green. What? What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Strad. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... Thanks, Otto. Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Ah, kawaii desu yo ne. Yappamoe desu yo. Desu ka? Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Probably not. She'll be in jail for perjury for 7 years. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpockets innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? It's been 10 minutes. How do they have this in print yet? Already. Should have showed it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no! How silly of me. Ah, but anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Ah, not again. Shit spreads fast on the internet. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hallie? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. There's a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right, if we head to the station immediately, Susato might still be there. We may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. So, who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Jones? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. Sole? Is that a... I don't know what that is. I assume we're coming to fish. I don't... The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. Too bad that there'll be a murder and trial on the train now. Oh, fuck. Is this when the Orient Express happens? Sole is a fish? Yeah, I thought so. Said like shoe sole. Yeah, sole. Sole. Train crime. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria. 18th of April, 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover, Quayside. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. The Orient Express is like 30 years in a continent away? Yeah, it's somewhere fucking East European? I don't think it's in Asia. I don't remember. I remember the contents of the thing, not the exact location it started in. But yeah, 1930s. 1930s? At least 30 years ago, away. Nope, from here. Wait. 30 years which way? Is it 1870s? Or 1930s? I don't know, man. It was a good movie. I haven't read the book. I haven't experienced anything else. Hang on. I wanted to watch something. An Agatha Christie. Something about a trial of someone, a book of someone. Ackroyd. Someone said there was an adaptation of Ackroyd that was pretty good. Because I've got a lot of other books to read, and I can't spare the time, really. As good as I'm sure the book is, I have to watch it. Yeah, Murder of Roger Ackroyd. Which adaptation did you say was pretty good? Was it a TV show? I think it was. Poirot. Yeah, Poirot. That's another point. I have to watch the third one of the new ones. I've seen Orient Express and The Nile, Death on the Nile. I haven't yet seen the other one. Vienna? Maybe? The one with David Suchet? All of Poirot is on ITVX. Never heard of it? Just VPN over here. Sure. I remember that in the morning. I will do that. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Mrs. Otto, where are you? Right there. Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Don't throw that book in the ocean. That's littering. Istanbul is where Orient Express starts. Istanbul, not Constantinople? What's that, Turkey? I'm actually not sure of that. To Google with ye. Istanbul. Yeah, Turkey. Istanbul is where Orient Express starts. This Harry Potter book sucks. Yeet! This shit into the water. Turkey, yeah. Yeah, because I remember the beginning, he's walking around, he's in a little restaurant. Yep. Good movie. Mr. Sato, wait! What are you doing? Oh, other way around, starts in Paris, ends in Istanbul? Does it start in Paris? Or is it heading to Paris? Poirot is not French. He's something else. Again, I've only seen these two movies, and not recently, so I couldn't say what. Hungarian? No, that doesn't sound right. It's one of those countries. Quick Google. Belgian! Yeah, Belgian. I definitely knew that the entire time. Book starts in Istanbul. Just saying words. I am just saying words. I'm fucking blasted out of my mind. A full bottle of wine and a little bit of another bottle of wine. He's Belgian. Yeah. Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. Only go on the eastbound Orient Express, don't go west. Sure. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Don't need that anymore. Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Will I be correct in assuming... I mean, you can be westbound. Just don't be a dickhead that people want to murder. Just don't be the kind of dickhead that a dozen people want to have murdered. Want to see killed. It's because of the peephole, Mrs. Sato. I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Shoms had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? The art of pickpocketing, I mean. You pickpocketed it? That's very funny. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper mat. So I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Winbank's shop with it later that night. Really? It's a pretty big thing. How'd you forget about it? I see. And then... bang! Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. Hey, wakarimashita! After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think that door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So, used the cat flapper mat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered the trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence to arrange false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime? That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Oh! for which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. The criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made that peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. Criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Oh. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So, Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake. And Miss Lestrade's. Miss Susato. Sato-san. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Brayden is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. Ah. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. She would have been acquitted in the end. Mrs. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me, too, from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although, some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see. A telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds in the disc were just meaningless tones. But what if she was speaking bullshit because she heard the secrets? As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then, we could never have hoped to understand their message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. So, Asugi? What? And zero-pipe problem is when you... Oh. I got 99 problems, but my pipe ain't one. Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asugi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asugi was the name of my best friend. My BFF. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? Down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. Transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. It was Japanese Morse code. Oh! It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asugi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mr. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. The solution was not to be racist. Who could have guessed? Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Never mind, racism away! As it may. Iris, show me the message, please! Of course! But what could this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made the color drain from Sasato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. The British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? First is Kei Asugi. Kazuma Asugi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? Second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. Third is T. Gregson. Gregson? It would seem that Tobias Gregson is the 3rd man on the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name? What's the matter, Mr. Sato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Sissy? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is Updog. Is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy or poor son? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought? But those discs contain Japanese Morse code. Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then? Where's Susie and Bruno come from? Well... No, it's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Oh, guys, tell the girl! Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Winterbank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. Yeah, let's keep gaslighting this child. Gas her up. With light. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Honk. That's a big goose. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. France? Oh, did he bug it? That relates to our treat later. Which, it's getting to be 1 AM, so I don't know how much treat we're going to get. I'll consider it. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. Gaslight the child. Gaslight that child for science. You're really going then, Susie. We wish you a safe passage, Mrs. Otto. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Mrs. Otto. I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. Oh. Eh? Oops. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah! Oh, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Buria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. Huh? What? Was she not? No, she showed up in the first case, surely. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Sasato takedown. You know very well I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away. Really? The boat was the first interaction? I thought she was used as a gopher, a go-between. Her father sent her in to give us some notes on the first case. Did she not? Was that not true? Yeah. Perhaps I'm remembering wrong. Oh well. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she came in at the end of the first original case, where we were the defendant and the lawyer, to deliver some final nail in the coffin piece of evidence, something or other. I forget the term for it. But yeah, they probably didn't talk. They were like introduced, maybe, at the end when her father was there. Mikatoba-san? Like 6 months since you saw that case? Were you not watching when I first played it? Was that 6 months ago? Surely that wasn't 6 months ago. It might have been 6 months ago. What is it now? It's January? It's July? Maybe. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue. You missed mine when you first saw it. Okay. That you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy, Mrs. Sato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that... Hello? Is it fixed? I rebooted the router. Arisen once again. I have opened up Stream Manager, See what I missed. Stream just died. It did just die, apparently. Looks like it. Big rip. Oops, uh-oh. Need to go to bed anyway, so Lamau, night y'all. Good night, Fourth, if you're still there. Didn't miss much. It was a little bit of an anime cutscene. It was like Stoms was playing the violin, and this. Sasato's on the boat. Bye, Sasato-san. Down here. Ah, yes! Mr. Naruto. Yes, Mr. Jones? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. What? Special express train? What are you talking about? Really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Oh, the train to get here. Uh-oh. Anyway, I explained everything. And how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? Nan desu ka? Ori no foto? I don't know how to say fault in Japanese. Watashi no desu ge? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Mrs. Sato, you left defending yourself in court. Huh? Huh? It's alright. I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind? Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. I love Runo's words. And I know just the one he'll use here. Then I really must say... Objection! Shu Takumi, Director of Scenario and Planning. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So, I advertised them for sale used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned. Consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Art direction, character designs by Kazuya Nurudi. Ah, I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. With some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Music by Yasumasa Kitagawa. Remember this guy? Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do rare Koban coins under rare stakes themselves. Well, all you don't know is knows his father was an innocent man. Or are you calling my son a liar? I can't fucking do this. Remember all the voices I ever did for all these fucking minor characters? Lead planner and team manager by Shinsuke Kodama. Lead scripted by someone else. Sorry, someone else. It went real fast. Hosonaga said some shit. Dancing in Shanghai. Last night, suspicious. Steki-san did nothing wrong. He's got a Wagahai baby in his pocket. Kittens, criminal, not fair. Aww. Yuichiro Kikira and Atsushiko Jodai. Kazuhiro Nakara and Virosuke Namara did the scripting. Thanks, guys. Lord Strongheart, scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Tomohiko Asumi, Yasuo Kondo, and Tetsuo something. Tadashi Noyama, Takahiro Araka, Miroi Yamanoro. The latest Rants magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line to you right now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Glug glug glug. It sure is 1 AM. Ah, lady, she puts me to shame. Can I speed this up at all? Nope. Thanks, these guys. Character animations, good job. Especially on Von Zibige. Von Zeeks. Good job on Von Zeeks. Character animators. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the Dicky Peg. Don't talk to me about your Dicky Peg. Gossiping neighbours, man of the house is his own maid. Yeah, these two. My Rolly is back on the beat again. All thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, the top halfpennies, and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Gina, no. Looks like I'm going to be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. Great. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please. Give over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got 5 minutes playing the comeback of Milverton Skulkin's Milk Run, right? The 3 muscule Watsits. Milk in the neighbourhood for all it's worth. Some good boys. Oh, Forth, you weren't kidding about the long epilogue. Thankful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that that's what life is all about. Now, Hodo-san, I promise, your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Shintaro Kojima did producing. We're gonna zoom in on the Dharma? Nope, on the photo. Sorry, Dharma. Didn't get painted in after all. It's the whole gang. Wagahai! And 4 other idiots. We love you, Wagahai. pretty cool. Les, you're so fucking right. I was really hoping to do a little snippet of a preview of what I'm going to be streaming next. But it's fucking 1:15 AM. And that is not going to be happening because I got shit to do tomorrow. So I reckon, let credits play out. And then I'll boot up the game and let you sit on the intro music while we hit our stopping screen. And then it's fucking bedtime, innit? Just hitting every button, making sure there's no fast forward mode. Looks like the whole gang is here. Oh shit, my character model's blocking off the girl. This one? Yeah. Get out of there, me. On Zeke's, my beloved. Huzzah! It's the boys. All three of the boys. Atsuki, Naruhodo, and me. Yeah, it was a nice little credit sequence. Okay. That's gonna be it. I'm gonna exit out of that. And I'm gonna open up this. And set the music to record it. And leave that for a couple of minutes. 4 out of 5 game. Doctor point because Dahlia wasn't there and therefore it can't be the best Ace Attorney game. I don't know who Dahlia is. I'll look up who Dahlia is. Hey Google, who's Dahlia? Dahlia, ace, attorney. Yeah, alright. Looks like some kind of girl. Ex-girlfriend of Phoenix Wright. In the fake clan? Whoa, that's crazy. But, however, did you notice instead there was Van Zeeks? Van Zeeks was there. And that was also pretty good. One of these buttons is going to let me play some music. It's going to let me... Blah, blah, blah. I don't remember which one. Game, right? Game. There we go. Alright. Play us out. Good night, everybody. See you next time when I play this game. Good night.